Greetings, mortals, and welcome back to the chaos that is the release month.
Oh, we got our patch, baby. We got a patch. So, okay. The developers of this game have a difficult time right now because you have a bunch of people complaining at them. And I have been very amused. Ooh, Steam Stream Streaks. I don't know what that is, but that's pretty cool. I guess it's just the number of times people have watched. Oh, that's also funny because it doesn't show up in the chat panel on the side, so people on the VOD won't be able to see it. Well, thanks for watching for 25 streams. Hope they've been enjoyable. Oh man, this is... So, the thing is that these games are extremely complicated simulationist nonsense, okay? So, these games. So, the thing with... the problem that Paradox runs into is that Paradox is also like a publisher now. They're not just this incredibly grindy, we make Euro Truck Simulator except medieval politics anymore. They're known for other things as well. And I guess that's always been kind of the case, because I think they also made Magic or something like that. But to me, Paradox is always and will always be Euro Truck Simulator, but for history nerds. I'm currently looking at a forum post in which someone is suggesting, is quoting a chapter from a book called Cogs, Caravels, and Galleons by Robert Gardner, which is some nerdy book about the specific detail. Let me read a quote for you. It's important to stress that in 1337, the Caravel had a crew of at most about 10 to 15 people. It's an incredibly small ship which simply isn't developed to the point where it's an effective military vessel. For the same reason the game doesn't depict small rivercraft, this shouldn't be represented. As it currently stands, I would say it's maybe about 3/4 as strong as a Genoese galley, which is historically a smaller sized dedicated war galley. This doesn't add up by even a degree of abstraction for the game. I will drop the chapter of the book Cogs, Caravels, and Galleons by Robert. It's so funny. I love it. Like, it's a unique community, okay? If I knew anything about trucks, I would get just as much joy out of reading, like, truck nerds complaining about Euro Truck Simulator incorrectly articulating the way that the hydraulic system works for this particular niche truck that was only existed for 2 years back in the early 90s or whatever nonsense, right? Anyway, point being, Paradox games are very fun. They have a very unique and bizarre community, and they are going to complain about all sorts of stuff. The nice thing about having a community like this is that you're going to make a game, and there's going to be a bunch of weird historical inaccuracies because you don't have 1,000 dedicated historians on staff, and then all these fucking nerds in your fucking chat are just going to come in and go, well, actually, if the way that you've described this type of vessel, technically this kind of vessel existed. However, it isn't really realistic to describe this vessel as the same category as vessels used later. A caravel is technically defined by its sails. However, the small fishing vessels that were used at this time didn't even have a deck, and since they didn't have a deck, they wouldn't be useful as military. It's so great. Anyway, so there's that element to it. So that's like half of the forums, and the other half is oh, this thing just exploded. Oh, levies do 0 damage to regular troops, so you can just kill as many levies as you want as long as you have a guy. And oh, and there's all these different. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful and wonderful thing, and you have like a mixture of people being incredibly toxic and weird, and people who are being incredibly like overly generous with stuff like there was a comment that someone made where it's like, it's not exactly like normal for like you to post a hotfix where you increase a value by an order of magnitude and hope it works, which is what they did with the some of the trade changes. It was just like, okay, we'll just take this number, we'll increase it by an order of magnitude and hope it's fine. It was not fine. So anyway, it's quite delightful. I've been following it. I'm realizing that, like, you know how like people like watch like messy reality TV? Watching the Paradox forums right now is my Desperate Housewives. Okay, is it Desperate Housewives or Real Housewives? Whatever, Real Housewives probably. Real Housewives. Desperate Housewives is a TV show. They're actually both TV shows. One of them's reality, one's not. Anyway, Real Housewives. Okay, my Real Housewives. I don't watch any of that reality garbage. What I do watch is this reality garbage. I'm pointing at my browser right now, which is open to the Paradox forums, because it's absolutely delightful. So today we are going to be continuing on. We did get a 10.0.6, which allegedly fixes the piracy issue and fixes the other issue. I'm actually going to load up this save because I'm kind of curious about the piracy situation, and getting an eye on the piracy will tell me whether I think, based off of what I'm seeing about this patch, there's a decent chance that we're going to be doing some. I'm not gonna lie, there's a decent chance we're doing some run and bundle because I don't want to use this old thing. A tributary of someone else. So like I have a thing where I'm losing a war against China, a thing where I've already lost a war against Khmer. Neither of those files are something I want to use, but I don't want to start a new file if the economy is still completely borked. So we'll see what happens. Apparently they made a change to demand where on the back line somewhere where basically the estates will no longer want things that are like unreasonable. But what this has done is made it so that nobody ever desires any luxury goods anywhere on Earth for the entirety of the playthrough or something. Did that say Western Schism? Wait, what? So let's take a look here. Do we have... What's our piracy situation look like right now? Am I going to have to wait? Okay, piracy doesn't exist yet. Okay, I would have to wait a bunch of time for this to tell me anything. So we're going to go back to the main menu, and we're going to hope. I have seen people suggesting that the piracy situation is out of control, where they have 50 ships, and they're barely pirates in like the early game. I have 50 ships, so we'll see what happens. It's also it won't matter for the beginning anyway, because nobody's going to have 250 sailors to throw around until later on. But we'll just have to see, right? I think it costs 250 sailors. I'm going to tinker with some absolute bullshit shenanigans because I feel like it. So one of the things that we're going to check for is, can I just cripple my economy for a day at the price for all of the things like colonial things and hiring ministers and this? With the trade economy, do I have the ability to just stop trading well? And by extension, cripple my economy, buy a bunch of stuff that will scale down to my crippled economy, and then fix my economy and keep going without ever having ticked to the first of a month, so I don't even lose any money. Man, there's times that I wish that I had a large enough community that I could do like a poll on like, but not a poll, what is it? A prediction. Like we could do like betting in chat for like, oh, okay, do we think it's going to be like, do we think it's going to allow me to? Whoops, I need to exit that actually. Because I didn't set the settings. Do we think it's going to allow me to? Also, by the way, they seem to have fixed the crash bug, so I haven't been opening the game to the main menu. This time I tried just game, leaving it on before streams, and it seems like the menu isn't crashing OBS anymore, so that's good. Let's see, what else was there? What was I talking about? A prediction on like, I cripple my economy for a day, which doesn't do anything until the first of the month, and then fix it before the first of the month while getting half or a third the price on all of the auto. I feel like I can. I feel like I can do it. Feeling dirty? I am. Fires are a problem. They're too huge. They scale too quickly. Your base expenses already scale, which means that you're only getting like a portion of your additional income. Okay, we're doing this. Okay, so pirates are in the game now. Basically looking at that other file, I've confirmed the AI was simply not using pirates at all. Privateers just weren't being used. I cannot believe that they are, after release, post-release, adding additional functions when the base stuff is so broken. Like, yes, privateers are supposed to be working right now. 1.0.5 fixed 600 critical errors, a large portion of which were like crash bugs. But like there's so many fundamentals of the way the economy works that are just completely broken right now, and they keep doing stuff like, oh well, they're not the states, they're just creating money out of nothing. Well, this is a problem. We should fix this. And it's like, no, not right now. You shouldn't. if you fix that when they don't have any money, which is another problem that we already know that they have. It's very funny. I'm enjoying myself. I would argue too much. I would argue that I am perhaps enjoying myself more than I should be enjoying myself. That it's almost like rude how much I'm enjoying myself, and it's toxic. And fundamentally, look, maybe slightly toxic. How you cost 2, not 70? Oh my goodness. Oh, it's so beautiful. Look at this. 3 to a point a person. Oh my goodness. The world we could have lived in this whole time if we were just poor. Okay, so right off the bat, we are building some ships. And we know... Actually, do we need to build a ship? No, we don't need to build a ship. We need to build a jeweler. The first thing that we're doing is building a jeweler. That's the most important thing that we need. This is going to give us a shit ton of money early on. It's going to eventually fall off because there's no demand for any luxury goods, is my understanding. Which is probably what happened with the cannons, even though they're not really luxury goods, but you get the idea. We have a navy here. We do need to put someone in charge of it, and I don't want to put anyone too crazy in charge of it necessarily. Preferably, I want to put someone in charge of it who's good at Diplo and not amazing at anything else. You have 94, you have 77. Oh, but the Thakur can't be in charge of a cabinet. Okay, let's get our cabinet stuff settled first. We are going to increase province control in the Riau Islands because we need to keep the province controlled, right? This is the thing that we need to maintain. We will put you in charge here. Yeah. No, we'll put you. You'll put you in charge of the other thing. You have 100. Holy shit. Let's see here. You know what? Maybe I do this. Maybe I don't do this. I'm looking for the person who has the most. Yes, we put you in charge. You're practically as good. And then wait, what? Did I fire the other guy? What happened? Where'd the guy who had like 90 go? Shit, did I replace the guy in the other place? Yes, I'm an idiot. No, I didn't replace the guy in the other place. I think I decided to make you the migration person. It doesn't matter. Whatever. We're going to Subi. Hopefully I didn't just waste a bunch of money by accidentally replacing this person. I don't think I could have. I think that would have been a different... It doesn't matter. So, that means we can go to here. We can set this navy. We will give them you. You are a solid admiral, I think. Next, we need to start working on Santabon. So let's just go over to diplomatic actions with them. We can offer market access eventually. The goal eventually is to get them to become our vassal. So we may or may not be able to make it happen. We can improve their opinion of us. That's the thing that we need most importantly. Manjung, I think we want to improve opinion with. Let's see here. Who else? Is there anybody else that we need to be improving their opinion immediately? Not necessarily. Also, do we think that it is in our best interest to make a colonial charter that costs nothing right now? Just think of the possibilities. Costs 10? It's so cheap. Actually, I think we do this. Because of the fact that the colonial charters increase in cost so much, I think we actually do that. So, we can get an alliance with some people. I'm not going to do it quite yet. I'm going to wait a little bit. Right, we need to take a look at our economy. Do I feel like our economy isn't... Wait, we need to change some stuff. Okay, so... Do we give this? This gives us innovative. I do like innovative. I don't like giving more power to the nobles, though. The noble power is a problem. Let's see. How do I revoke these privileges? Because I'm clearly not meant to do it from here, right? We will first get this, which is easy to do. We need to go with this, and we need to go do this. That gets us a decent bit of extra cash. Cost of court we do need to have up. Stability, we don't need any investment into right now. Our heir cannot be married yet. That's concerning. The crown needs to have... I feel like diplomatic traditions might be the way to go. I like this crown power. Control over coinage is pretty nice. This gives a maximum tax for burger estate minus 10% is actually crazy high, so no. Actually, the burgers tend to have ungodly amounts of money. This is a good thing to get later on. I am tempted to do control over coinage, actually. But maybe I should just be very careful. About giving anything away, and give maybe nothing away right now, just to keep my crown power as high as possible. Let's see. I'm not going to throw out the alliances yet. We cannot offer market access preference. Let's get Lankasuka's opinion of us up. And then we have two more. We get the Manjung and Santobong alliances going. We need to pick a thing here. I am tempted to do autocracy, but I don't want that monthly progress toward aristocracy, and I really do want the monthly progress toward conciliatory. I think I take this. All right, we take this. We need that Diplo rep in order to accomplish our core objectives. Next on our agenda is to... This is a cog, unfortunately, so that's not great for us. We get nothing out of this navy yet. The nice thing is that it means that I don't have to build a cog later. But I would much prefer to have... I mean, at some point I'm going to need to move some troops around, and I wouldn't otherwise do it, so maybe it is for the best. So, mandala system is correct. So we're encouraging migration to Subi. We're trying to improve everybody's opinion of us. And I should probably start improving opinion with Pang at some point, but we don't need to do it immediately. Minus 92. Current strength is at minus 14, so that's a thing that we can fix. Current strength is already plus 23 with Santobong. That's very funny. Let's see. So, can we... Okay, we can offer an alliance to Santobong. can offer an alliance to you. 0.96. We can afford that. Okay, we have these two alliances that we're throwing out there. Okay, so wait, we can afford to pick up. Do we want to do it? We lack the 36 required. Jesus Christ. That's crazy. Okay, if I go to my economy, let's see if we can cripple my economy for just a month. We go to 0% minting. Maybe not even for a month. We're gonna see. We might be able to just do it for a day. So we don't do any minting. We can. I don't think the taxing them is gonna matter as much. Okay, and then we stop trading. We don't make bad trades. We just stop trading because even on bad trades, you're still. This does say 36 still. If I wait a month, I'm gonna wait the month and see what happens. Wait, do I have this on auto? I have this on auto. Okay, wait for it. Can I make this go down? So to be clear right now, this is incredibly stupid that this works. The things that I can change for a month. So the reason that this is stupid is because this is objectively worth doing. I don't make this much in a month. I make less than this in a month. So the ability to do it this way means that I make money by crippling my economy for one tick, and then this should not work this way. This kind of micromanagement of the economy and deliberately crippling the economy first. It's like, oh, wait, can we like just cripple the economy for a hot minute, just real quick? So that it costs less to do this thing. That's crazy. Now, for some things, I do think it makes sense. There are things where it's like, okay, it actually does make sense that if you like cripple your economy in this very specific way, that it does in fact get you results that you want. But that's not a normal. That shouldn't be the case for things like I shouldn't have to like break my economy to hire a cabinet minister, as an example, right? Like hiring a cabinet minister shouldn't scale this aggressively. The colonial stuff should not scale this aggressively because like it's pretty clear that it's scaling with my income pretty directly. Like the cost went from 8 to 36 when I was like I think that it's literally scaling at a 1-to-1 ratio, which is that's just not how it should work. Okay, we need to do the minting. Bring the minting back up. We now have 9 income from minting. Is that true? No, this is their total income allegedly. We'll see how that goes. Current charters are in Palawan. So by doing this now, we're saving money later on. But the other thing that we're doing is we're starting this charter now when we still have naval control, because we're not going to have naval control for long. These values start at 50. I'm not getting back to 50 for a while. I need like 25 ships here to be able to get this to stagnate at 50. There's no way that we're getting this. I don't need 25 ships. I need like 15 ships to stagnate that at 50. So I think that weirdly I am better off doing this early because it just costs so much less. And my maritime presence in Indochina is 0.49 right now. The second that things start going badly, that naval presence is going to fall apart. But yeah, it's counting my naval presence only in these two zones because these are the two zones that I have naval presence in. So the hope here is that that stays where it is and doesn't get borked. Interestingly enough, the migration doesn't seem to be causing as aggressive an influx as it did in previous things, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that was with a combination of this plus settlers or something. So, Tanjung Pinang is not a town yet. And we're going to be building... Do we fishing village first, actually? I might actually fishing village first. We might go crazy with it. Giving myself a fishing village would give me some counteraction to this. It gives me some more market capacity. And I think we do it. We currently only have half the income we normally would as a result of this. But to be fair, we're already 3% done. This is actually going quite rapidly because we started so early. If we start later, it'll go slower. It'll go slower, and I think this is actually worth it. I think that doing this is the way to go for right now. I'm not going to build another ship. I don't think that's the way to go. Now, the one thing that's an issue is, unfortunately, it is tempting to do Market Village first, though. Market Village gives me so much income. You think you can't just fell out of a coconut tree? You exist in the historical context of... Kamala Harris had some good lines. Unironically. Let's see here. We will, I think, offer an alliance to you. Let's do it. We're going to offer an alliance to you. I'm over capacity. That was a mistake. Shit. I forgot I had Diplo capacity as a thing. It's fine. We'll get there. The Diplo Traditions is going to get me an additional 1 capacity, so in theory, my Diplo capacity should be fine once that finishes. That was a huge mistake, though. That was a huge error. Hey, Poutine. Let's see. Okay, we need to stop bringing people to Subi, because we need to bring them to Anambas. And I think we do build the fishing. I don't want to build I'm going to build a market village first. It's crazy to build a fishing village first. I need the market village. We need to get our finances going the correct direction. Yes, a fishing village gives us access to trade at a higher rate than this does, I think. I think this gives me 0.1, right? This only gives me 0.1 instead of 0.25. But this also makes money intrinsically and gives me trade power. You gotta do what you gotta do. Love when the drilling starts. Okay, crown power's at 25%. Because we're losing some from Diplo capacity. Okay, monthly prestige, research power, all that good jazz. Okay, so next month we should hopefully have enough for this. We're 10% done here. This is actually the correct choice. This, like, it's expensive. I should have gone to the Brahmins, because they're negative right now. It's fine, don't worry about it. Expanding this RGO would give us 1.5 profit. You know what? Maybe we do that first, actually. I think we do this first. We're going to upgrade the incense. Incense is pretty rare around here, so this is going to maintain its profitability. Oh, good. Encouraging migration to Anambas is giving us what we're looking for. Good, 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 good. Okay, we're just a tiny bit over capacity now. We should be fine soon. Okay, that is starting to stabilize. I think we build we're just going to build everything we can in our capital to make ourselves more money before we go too crazy with it, I think. Okay, next on our agenda, we have expand farms going out. Unfortunately, we will have to hold on to this territory rather than make it a fiefdom, because I don't currently have the ability to expand out to here. So, how much does a charter cost? $24 right now. That's less than it cost before. Holy shit! Whoa! What on earth happened? The market on cloves is already falling apart. Oh god. Oh no. Oh no. This is actually this is gonna be chaos, isn't it? I think this is the result of that 1.0.5 problem with that we're already seeing the collapse of demand in 1338. Demand for cloves is already cratering. That's so funny. Okay, so 110% income versus expenses. So our estate has that. Does your estate have that? Almost certainly no, right? Oh, I can open the Middle Kingdom panel. Okay, we got a new admiral. Do we need to change province again? No. We can probably stay here for a while. We're going to keep increasing our control over there. Santubong is at minus 33. The current strength needed to be like at 32 last time. So I think that'll be the expected value that we need to get to be able to make that happen. There's a decent chance that we're going to have to build an economy based off of nothing, based off of just scraps. Like the entire world economy might just be crippled by the fact that no estate anywhere on Earth has any money. Like that might be a legitimate issue that we need to deal with. We'll just have to see. We're at 17% now. Okay. So Lankasuka. Oh, actually, we should be able to bring someone into a market at this point. Yeah. Can do that. So Lankasuka is now getting market access, and we'll do the same with Manjung. That'll cap us out at 200, and we'll be at 200 permanently at that point, as long as we periodically top them up with a thinger. So whenever we become strong enough, we can make this happen. Currently they're at minus 60, 45 of which is coming from border distance. So we just need to improve our standing relative to them by a little bit, and we'll be able to make it happen. Okay. Do we build another one of these? Is that how I want to handle? Why is Temasek already losing people? Interesting. I wonder if they changed some of the immigration stuff. That's concerning. Oh, I'm up to speed 3 instead of 4. Alright, so I think do we want to do this again? I think we do this again. Maybe not. Maybe we build a Jewelers Guild up. This costs 50% more. And I don't know how effectively the price is going to hold. Okay, not really particularly relevant to me. I think we just keep building. I think we max out the incense. Once we've maxed out the incense, we can worry about the other stuff. Okay, we still can't get married because there's no people. We have a bunch of pops with needs. I guess we could try to manage the population's needs or something crazy like that if we wanted. Let's drop this by 1. Then we need gems for building needs? Okay, we need to build more things then. Let's see here. We need tar. And Pop needs... Xinjiang is actually a province that we would want to be trading from, so that's useful. Pick up a tiny bit of thinger. Okay. Next on our agenda is getting the next market access. Let's get Santubong, because Santubong is further away from Maxed. So we have a trio alliance here. We'll see how our economy manages to do. I don't know if this is gonna go okay for us or not. Do I want to just let you go all the way to 5k, or do I want to... Fuck. Okay, don't love that for me. This is the first time that I've had a devastated location, actually. Like, we've never gotten too negative. Because we've never had an event fire like that this early before we have... There, we can do a recovery effort in Riau. That actually increases... That increases population growth in the entire area. Unfortunately, this does use our Diplo skill, which we're not great at, but... Do we build another incense? Yes. Okay, so we're starting to pull out of the hole that we got ourselves into by getting this initial colony. But getting this initial colony done will be useful. And we have died, and now we have no heir. We're probably going to end up in a regency crisis again. Just like doing chain regencies until people start coming of age. Because basically the reason that we're in this situation is that there's no women in this region. Oh shit, that recovery effort is crazy powerful. Holy shit. Tanjung Pinang is like done. That was a negative 30%. Okay. Well then. Let's see. This is gonna be... I'm gonna see if I can get people to migrate here. And see how it goes. If we can get that up to a decent number, that would be nice. Actually, now that I think about it, let's look at my society, because I'm now remembering that the Orang Laut are not an accepted culture. Do I not? Oh, I don't have the... Where it got it? Okay, we got them up to tolerated. I think if I had done that right at the start, I could get them all the way to accepted, but I can't get them to accepted at this point. Promote urbanization. Tanjung Pinang becomes a town immediately. This is pretty clutch. We're gonna try it. Only 20% boost, but reducing opinion of Bundelkind seems like a thing that's fine. Lessen levy obligations. Noble levy size minus 50%. We take those. Okay. We don't have any other big ones we can do. So without any more big ones that we can do, we're not going to ask for a law change. We're just going to promote this urbanization. We're going to get a second town going right at the start of the game. That's going to be actually huge. Can we offer market access to Munjul? And we are in good shape. Span of farms in Temasek is finishing up. I do at some point. Okay, do we build a jeweler's guild here? We do. We're building a jeweler's guild. We need jewelers for our buildings. So let's make that happen. Our populations need wheat, liquor, beer, and furniture. This is giving me plus 39. Losing 5% support doesn't help. Or doesn't cost me anything. So, we can ignore the rivals. We're not making rivals because we're Singapore, baby. We don't have rivals. Other people might rival us, but we don't rival them. That's just not how we work. That's not how we do. Do we, instead of encouraging migration, I think maybe we do. But encouraging migration is very powerful right now. This is giving us 100 extra population every month. And increasing control is a substantial portion of our maximum control. I don't know that we can afford to lose either of these. I'd love to be able to set a counselor to do a thing, but you know what? Maybe we do. Maybe let's try changing societal values to get our societal values where we want them to be. We could start moving towards Sinicized. This gives us additional trade capacity, loses cultural tradition, which is defensive, not offensive. We could try moving toward plutocracy, which will remove some of this noble power. But I don't think that there's too much I can do there. I think we want to push innovative, maybe. This gives us a bunch of cultural influence as well, which I didn't realize. Let me take a look, actually. It's currently pushing toward traditionalists. Huh. Because our average literacy is low. So once we start getting people literate, we'll be able to start pushing toward this very effectively. And this gives us that in the first place. So let me take a look at what I don't want this. That's way too much of a tax break for them. Treasury rights is kind of interesting. How does tax efficiency work? Let me take a look at tax efficiency. Where is that listed? So what does tax efficiency give me? The Vicia tax is currently the biggest tax that I have, despite being a very low value. It's only 30%. What does this do? increases the satisfaction equilibrium of the nobles and reduces the satisfaction equilibrium of the peasants. I can just drop the tax on the peasants. If I increase, I think I do this and I see that should, in theory, give me the ability to tax them higher. And I'd rather tax the Kshatriya at a higher rate. No, am I currently at maximum? I'm at the maximum, I think. Okay, we passed this. That's excellent for us. So Tanjung Pinang can now start building urban buildings immediately, which is nice. So we could build a jeweler's guild there. We just need a bit more money. But probably I don't do that yet. Who needs stability, right? Okay. But yeah, I am concerned about the population dropping in my capital already. That's it's a fairly big problem for me. Okay. Who do we start improving relations with? I think we start improving relations with Pang in the hopes of being able to eventually vassalize them, though I'm not expecting to be able to. Okay. Minus 56. Minus 20. So they're already basically capped out in that. We can get an additional, like, +4 maybe from Diplo Rep. We've already finished the thing, so we're not going to get more Diplo Rep from that. We can actually add an ally if we want. Do we want to ally Pahang, maybe? We also need to figure out who we can invite settlers from. I don't know why we can't invite settlers for free from some people. Like, I legitimately don't know what makes the difference between being able to versus not being able to. Okay, Landak is pretty tiny, but not as tiny as you'd expect. Because they have the gold. Let's see. How are you doing? We're at 40% there. Do I hold off on doing anything that increases that for now? Maybe. Maybe we... Who are you? How much do you love us? You love us a lot. You're also Hindu. Do we offer an alliance to you as well? 110. 72 from border distance. Let's see. I'm going to improve their opinion for now. Okay, next on our agenda is to... Honestly, I think maybe cap this out. I don't think I need to keep... that going. Do I... No, this is someone with 100 skill. No, I need to keep this up. We're going to Subi. And how do we want to handle this? I think I could build a winery here. Let's do this. We're building a winery here. Goal is basically just to get our economy aggressively pushing in the correct direction. I should probably be trying to push my economy in a more trade direction, even though trade is going to be weaker because of the lack of desire for things. Like, the demand is going to be down. But increasing my trade dependence means that for things that require, like, one-time expenses, I can just plummet my economy into the ground. I can't do that in preparation for making colonial charters, for instance. If, I can't believe how aggressively that scales up. Like, the cost went to like 36 because my trade kicked up in the previous one. That was wild. Okay, let's see here. Do we start building more ships? I think we do. I think we need to start building. Do we build them now, though? That's so crazy. That's so early. You know what? Gold is a sign of nobility when it means that I can actually pay for things. We're going to build a brewery. Should I build a brewery? That was maybe a mistake. I should build a marketplace over there. Jesus. That's crazy. This is a cursed run already. Okay. Like, holy shit. Okay, recovery effort is done instantaneously. It's been 4 years. Am I doing my trades manually? No, I'm doing one manual trade capacity, the rest is automatic. Yeah, these prices are way down. They're way down from where they were in the previous patch. So, this is interesting. Like, the early game, we're going to be way more poor than we were previously. I don't know how... So, there's this weird combination of factors going on, which is that trade is maybe more, like, valuable than they intend it to be right now. while simultaneously demand for everything is suppressed. So there's this weird balancing going on where it's like, okay, because the trade is good, like the trade is very, very strong right now, there is a that works against the very serious problem of there being no demand for anything, right? So like it's a kind of a weird balancing act that there is a okay, you're only giving me 46. Let's see what happens if I send you to Temasek. Can we get Temasek to increase in population? That's a no. Nobody migrated in? Oh my god. I'm going to leave this for one more turn. We will hope that at least somebody migrates in. Let's see. All these are pretty cheap. Age of the Renaissance. And I'm trying to remember what we were doing. We were doing administrative focus here. And we've got the max literacy for something going up. So we go to the Age of the Renaissance, and we take this, and we're trying to get to something. Proximity cost would be nice. Maritime trade advantage would be nice. I think maybe we go for this first. Then we take both of the literacies and take this literacy. Monthly prestige is huge. And local proximity cost is huge. Let's try to do this. I don't know how well this is going to work, but we'll see. Okay, brewery. Distillers Guild. Okay, we finished the first province over here. That is going to massively improve the speed with which we get the next one. I'm actually curious. Do you have, like, vassals and shit already? Can I just, like, diplo-vassalize you now? You're too big for that. Apparently. Who? What is up with you? This is Singapore. You have 2 subjects. So I guess you have these subjects at the start. There's a disloyal subject. You're a vassal of Brunei. Okay. You're a tributary of Mai. Okay, we can create a colonial charter here for what is it? 26. We're not doing that. All right, now is the time where we also need to build a wharf. does not seem accurate. We have some though. Okay. So the Distillers Guild that we're building is in good shape. We can't build anything else right now because we just don't have any money. We're going to finish this colony. Once we finish this colony, I don't think we build any more for a while. I think that we get this one done now. And then, though maybe we do. How's our control right now? No, I don't think we do. I think that right now this is going down slowly enough that I think that we can probably get this going back the other direction if we just get our economy under control. We need to build like 10 ships to get our economy going the right direction. So I'm going to send them to Natuna because I'm not accomplishing anything trying to encourage migration in my capital. Capital's just going to hemorrhage people. They're migrating out because that's the place that, yes, okay. So they're migrating out because of the colony. So that's why I was losing population immediately. We don't need to worry about that. So the population should stabilize, hopefully, once we have finished this colony. Hopefully it'll start going up again. We'll see. And do we have anything that we can build that's super cheap? No. Okay, we have 20% additional Diplo capacity. We now have the ability to go absolutely ham with alliances if we want. So, do we have any alliances that we would like to have? Pahang will not accept. Let's grab Sungao maybe. There's a decent chance that they break this alliance immediately, but we'll find out. We also need to improve our relations with them at some point. And we're not inviting any settlers to our land at the moment, which is a mistake. Don't worry about it. So Furniture Guild is being built. So that's great. The burgers are doing something useful. Let's see. We could build one of these in Temasek, and I think that's what we do. That's not really a super luxury guild, a super luxury good. So the hope is we can get that going the correct direction. We'll build a scriptorium eventually, but finances are just going to be tight on this patch. You know, the start is a lot harder with cloves being worth like 7 instead of 11. Like actually, I think they were even higher. The clove price was astronomical. So we're not going to be making anywhere near as much money as before. So the Distillers Guild is worth a shit ton. Shockingly. So we're going to build this. This will reduce the price of it a bit. But that's okay. We don't need the normal trajectory we were doing before. We're just getting all the booze, okay? Booze is where we're making our money. We're not making our money on trade, so we got to make it somewhere. Okay, so next is... What am I, made of money? No shot. No fucking shot. We ain't spending money. Okay. So getting that monthly prestige plus point 0.1 is a pretty big deal. Okay, a Borglon has been cored. And I have no buildings here yet. Why does it say Majapahit Empire? They have a colony down here, but they don't have one here. Strange. It would be nice to get this going. It's so expensive, though. Yeah, there's no shot. It's not worth it. Not yet. We need to get our population moving in the right direction. We need to get some settlements up. We need to get some trade buildings built. We don't have any trade buildings. Like we need to build a marketplace here. This gives me trade capacity. Gives me a lot. I need that marketplace. We'll build a marketplace here first. Or rather, we'll upgrade our marketplace here. So we're going to prioritize, I think, at this point. Immediately, the second we build this, the value tanks. No, that's just because it's not. There isn't enough in it. There's not enough population working it. We're fine. Everything's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We're all good. We're all good. All right, let's take a look at what we can. We can invite settlers. I love that for me. Lankasuka, please send some people to Johor. I would love to not run out of people in my capital for once. And I guess I don't have anything else I can do because I'm out of diplomats. Well, we don't have a lazy diplomat problem this run, so that's good. You know, we're learning. We're learning. Wharf gives me harbor and trade capacity, but it doesn't give me it does give me monthly sailors. How many monthly sailors do I get out of a fishing village? It also gives me +1. So yeah, that's huge. Those fishing we're going to be spamming the shit out of fishing villages once we have the money for it. But for now, we're building a marketplace. I probably should have built it in Temasek, but it's fine. It's fine. What's my control here? 84%, that's plenty. Okay, we don't have enough glass. Jesus. Wow. Truly cursed. We've been truly, truly cursed. I have never had to use the recovery. Actually, did I have to use it at one point? Maybe I got to negative at one point for like one province after it got sieged or something. But like, this is crazy. We've had 3 separate outbreaks before we get our prosperity above 30. That's pretty rough. That's pretty dang rough. And Temasek is now losing population very rapidly. Whew. Died from disease. 700. Always attack. Always be attacking. Okay. So, you can now Honestly, you can encourage migration over here if you want. Let's do that. Let's encourage migration over here. Let's see how big of an impact that even makes. I would love for that place. It's actually funny because I don't even have thinger. Okay, so we've got 8 income now. And I think now is the time that we start spamming buildings until we have a more comfortable lead. We also need to, in particular, be spamming buildings that give us trade because we don't want to increase our base economy too much. We want to keep this price down. So what is the price here? 28. We want to keep that low. Do we want to do... Actually, do we want to just do this now? Oh, this is only 1.86 per... You know what? We're doing it. We're setting people from Real. I don't think it's going to happen. It's almost certainly going to run into the same bug as before, but that's fine. Our maritime presence is continuing to decline for right now. But yeah, we've invested a bit of money. I could have invested less by just crippling my economy a bit, but it's fine. Should have done that. But it was still fairly cheap. Next on our agenda is... And yeah, it's... Are you saying 0? This tooltip usually tells me when I have... There we go. Okay, we lose 1 population. That seems fine, honestly. Do we build a wharf here? No. I think we go to Daik, and Daik we are going to build a market village. This is so expensive, though. Wow, when did the price hike so much? Oof. That's pretty rough. All right. We can call Parliament. Babion is now cored. Tanjung, Penang. We can increase the thing here. And I think what we do, none of these are important to me. We do increased ties to neighbors. And we are going to willingly let this fail. We're going to do this. And we ask for a law change. So, progress toward innovative, humanist, thinger, and increase. This also increases our cultural influence by 0.25, which is pretty huge. So that's great. Do we have something else that's more important than that? Distribution of power, actually, we do. We have favor the ruler, we do this. Because this gives me 20% crown power, increases the amount that we can tax them. This is good. All right, next. We have 6% we can get from each of those. And I don't know that I need to worry about either of those for right now. We're going to lose 7 stability. It would be nice to be able to pass another law, but unless we get some good events, I don't think we're passing another law. We could build a settlement here, but this is very expensive for a settlement. I think that we are going to build this market village. And we might actually focus, but focusing on Daik isn't we'll focus on Daik for now. How are you doing? We're actually going to start increasing our population here because I want to have a very huge rural population in this area. Daik is not going to be upgraded to a town for a long time if I ever do. Instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to max out the market and fishing villages in this area to give myself a huge amount of trade capacity and a huge amount of sailors and maritime presence. I believe that Daik's wharf is here. This area here, it's not difficult to keep control over. So we should be able to get this moving the correct direction just by building fishing villages here. And that will be useful. The other thing is that the fishing villages will also give me monthly sailors, which I can then turn into ships. So we're building a market village first. And yeah, we're at 19%, so no shot there. And I'm now going to just manage this based off of the population demographics. So this location, we don't need, we have 600 pop to fill up. Here we have like way too much to do. So I think we basically are just going to fixate on Daik for now and get Daik done. And we're building a colony up here, which we will hopefully get this filled in before our naval problems become too big of a problem. This guy probably has a good point. He might not. He might be an idiot, but he probably has a good point. And what else do we need? We can offer market preference to somebody. Let's take a look at who is most close to becoming a vassal. Minus 11 for Santobong. Langkasuka is minus 51. Santobong is very, very close. We just need to figure out how to get them over the edge here. I don't think trust matters for this, weirdly enough. So I think we're mostly just looking to improve our power level relative to them. I think that's basically, we're just looking to increase our base of, we're basically looking to increase our base tax and increase the power of our military, both of which is going to take a little bit of effort to do. It'll take a little bit of time to do. I will be right back, actually. So we're going to be AFK for a second. Why are there 5? We back. We back, baby. And you know, this patch isn't actually that bad. You know, things are working so far. I mean, so far. We'll see what happens when the pirates show up. Legitimacy or prestige? It's gotta be prestige. It's gotta be prestige. Okay, so prestige gives us Diplo Rev, right? Yeah, it sure do. It sure do. We gotta get Santabong as a vassal. Okay, this is a thing that needs to happen. This is a core component of my expansion strategy, and by expansion I mean the not expansion, that other thing. We're building Osteon on shared values of anti-colonialism, and I say as I'm calling it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine. Winery is being built. I like that. We're building a market village. Yes, so as long as the burgers are making enough money to keep building their buildings where they're building them, I think we're okay in that regard. I think Daik is going to build a fishing village next. I forgot to get myself a drink while I was out. 1 second. Do I like to live dangerously? We're going to live dangerously. I'll be right back. I do love me living dangerously. Okay. Ooh. Look at us taking risks. Walking away from the computer while the computer's running. Okay, so Market Village is finishing up. Once we do that, we can build a fishing village. And I think at that point I might just spam fishing villages for that location. Oh, actually, you know what I should build? I should build a settlement once I have both of these, potentially. What's our population like? Maybe I build a settlement now, actually. Let's build the settlement before the fishing village. The fishing village is potentially going to screw me. The settlement is... It's probably not. I'm probably going to be able to make a profit off of it, but not as much of a profit as you'd expect. There's less profit to be had in the markets. Everything that you have running at a deficit matters more when there's less money just around. Okay, so we can offer our market access preference to Barrois. That gets a pretty close to Thinger. How are we doing on... We could actually ally with Barrois as well. Who needs a state satisfaction? I guess the Brahmins? Let's go with the Brahmins. Let's get them temporarily happy with us before we inevitably have to piss them off again. And I think we're golden. It would be nice to build like a salt collector or something. This is actually pretty cheap too. We maybe build one of these buildings here. I think I'll build a mason. A mason will, I think, reduce the price of all of the other buildings that I'm building. So masons are good to build even if they don't give you that much profit because they reduce the market price of masonry. Like masons are just solid. Solid buildings, and the AI is unlikely to build too many of them. Okay. Why would Lankasuka break off their alliance with me? Oh, you would need to pay to maintain the relationship. Okay, well. Fuck. Okay. That's not me, though. It's going to be me soon, but it's not me yet. Okay, we did die without an heir. And do we have an heir? Wait, did we just That's amazing. Nice, well played. Okay. God, man. I want to be able to do something with this character. This character makes me so... Look how good she is. I want to play as her. Let me play as her. Come on. She's so good. See? The drills agree. We're building a fishing village. Fishing village will get this moving back a little bit the other direction. Fishing village gives me, what, 0.01, I think? We also need to build a wharf here. A wharf is actually an important thing to have here. And I think increasing my harbor capacity here is probably... I also need the sailors. So yeah, I think we build this wharf. Life is sad. Did I build the mason already? No. Okay, I need to build a mason as well. Do I build the mason first? I think I build the mason first. What are you building? A market warehouse? I love that. That's very exciting. Yeah, we gonna just keep drilling? No laborers employed. Why are there no laborers employed? Shouldn't there be laborers employed? These numbers were pretty good before, right? Why is this... Huh. The Sambas Independence Movement. Could I get you as a vassal? They're pretty close to me. For 5 years, they have independence casus belli on Tanjung I have transports. We're a fair bit stronger than them, but they're a vassal of Majapahit. So I don't think that helps me much. Yeah, I don't know how you're going to get independence from your overlord if your overlord is... I hope that isn't too loud. So we've got drilling to deal with. Love that for us. And where are we going to send you? Let's send you to Kedah. And then population is growing. And we're building a building here. Temasek, we don't have a building that we are currently building. I think I'm going to leave these buildings alone for now. They're building over here, and I'm just going to not worry about it. In fact, now might be the time. No, I do need to build a wharf here as well. So we do need a wharf. Do I need to build it myself? I don't know if I do need to build it myself. I think I'm not going to worry about the wharf for now. I think what we're going to do is we're going to build another ship. So we're going to build our first bit of infrastructure that actually helps keep control of the seas. We're actually almost 10% done here. Apari is which location? Apari is here, which means we're going to get... As soon as this finishes, we actually get the adjacency bonus. So we do that. We'll be able to get a colonial charter over here soon, which will be nice. Do we... Who is this? A careless artist. Let's just take the money. We can use the money to build up the next building. Let's build the wharf. Let's do that. With a wharf built here, that will give us access to close to an additional sailor. It'll give us a control boost here because it'll give us increased infrastructure there. And will be generally good for us. Daik is going to... It'll also increase the control in Daik. Because we should be going through this zone to get to this one. We could go through here, but there's no reason to, I don't think. Though I actually don't know if you have to go through your actual ports. Like, I don't know if I have to go through here or not. Is that... No, that's Johor's port. That's not ours. Alright, do we build the market village higher? Yeah, we might as well. We have the peasants. We have enough population here. So I think that we make usage of this. The total population that we need for Daik is to have at least... Because we could also build these other buildings, but I don't know that I need to yet. They're not that relevant for me. I think instead, I do want to just pump the market village and the fishing village. Market access is only 77%. That's incredibly low, actually. Do we upgrade this marketplace? There's just no reason to. It's too expensive. Okay, fishing villages need to be subsidized because they give me money through the trade that they provide, as well as other stuff. So this is a very tiny amount of potential profit, but it is profit. We are going to pump this again. And we have plus 0.15. I think that we can start improving somebody else's. Let's improve Khmer's opinion of us. Let's not get annexed this time. The life we could live if Khmer decided to not try to invade. Speaking of which, let's take a look. Did they fix this problem without telling us about it? No. The origin is Temasek. So, they have not fixed this issue. It would be great if they fix this issue. If they fix this issue, then we can just start sending people from the Riau Islands and have the Riau Islands have encouraged migration. We'll never run out of people at that point. That would be amazing for me. We don't need to give a commander to you because we just need to combine you here. And now, this First Navy is giving us a 0.02 bonus instead of nothing. And we still are not losing any sailors for now. So we need to... We're going to build one more of these. The wharf is already being built, right? Yes. So, most likely, I'll be fine on that front. We build another galley. So, the galleys that we're building are also going to improve our apparent strength. So, Santobon currently has a minus 19 for some reason. We don't have an alliance with you? This alliance was broken at some point. Blocked treaties. Okay, so somebody broke this alliance. Lovely. That's going to make it a lot harder to get ourselves to this threshold. But it should hypothetically be feasible. Let's see. Do we reapply this? Shit. Okay, we zeroed out our prestige. Luckily, it doesn't go negative. I think we add... I think we just send out both of these. We'll want to just be allied with everybody possible. Okay, we now have enough money to build another, but we don't need it yet. We are going to build another market here. No, we're going to build another fishing village. We're just going to go back and forth. The fishing villages will be paid for by the marketplaces. And we can't build any more boats for right now. I'm not going to subsidize every building. We're only subsidizing the ones that are important for our strategic players. We have so much stuff being built right now. Holy shit. So, brewery. Do I... Everything's so expensive right now. It would be really nice. It would be really nice if I had more stuff available here. Okay. So this is going to cost us 51 to build the next level of that. Okay. We've got minus 0.05, so this should start turning around soon. The next boat we send out should give us a decent... That should probably come close to having that penalty. So... We've got the wharf finishing up soon. We don't actually need a commander. We need the Navy to join up with the other Navy. That is terrifying. Where the hell are you going? That is terrifying. Okay. Alliance. Pahang really does not... seem like a friendly neighbor for some reason. I don't know. I just get the feeling that there may be a little bit of hostility going on here. There's like, I feel like there's a minus 100 coming into play from something. Okay, so we could ally Selambao if we want. We were apparently following the same branch of Hinduism as Selambao. I'm gonna make an alliance with Ladakh, I think. Do I? No, I don't. I'm full up on alliances, so we're not doing any more alliances. Which is going to make my situation with you a little harder, actually. So, minus 23 right now. Goddamn. The cultural influence is not going the direction that I need it to go. Alright. Migration to Daik is no longer a critical component of what we need. I think the population here is sufficient for our current needs. So, we are going to encourage migration somewhere else, I think. We don't need strength in government. We do... Anambas, I think. Yeah, we're doing a very different strategy this time because we just aren't as flush with cash as we were. So the hope here is that we can make this work out in our favor. We're getting our finances in order just over time. It's tempting to build the stuff out here, but if I build the stuff out there, I'm going to be taking longer to get access to this turning around. I need this to turn around so that I can get control. If I can get control over my coast, it will help me with colony stuff, but in addition to the colony stuff, it will help me with... just basic control over my land, which I need to benefit from the things that I'd be building. So it would be so nice to get Santabong vassalized. wonder what the cultural influence thing is about. Ooh, we can invite settlers. Okay. Ooh, this is a hard choice for me. Weirdly, I think we do this. How much are we getting per... It's like 5 months worth of research. This is like a year's worth of gold. I think we take this. And we don't need to build here. And we do need to build here, kind of. But I think someone else will do it for me. So, I think what I want right now... I'm tempted to propagate settlements, honestly. They're just so expensive. Actually, I can build a scriptorium right now, and let's do that. A scriptorium is going to pull from our cleric population. So that's just profit I can make using priests. So that's I think, a good play. In terms of other financial decisions, is it completely insane to do this? Yes. I don't have anywhere near enough income to justify doing that. And there's no immediate rush, I don't think. Nobody else has a colonial charter there. Yeah, unfortunately, a specialized education seems to be mostly just inferior for your heir. So I don't really see much reason to do that. They're building an orchard over there. How many... Okay, we're building the next rank of the market village here. Scriptorium's being built. I could build a scriptorium here, too, actually. And this is pretty cheap. Let's do this. We build the scriptorium. Okay, so next month we can afford to build that. God, it's wild how much more impoverished we are. How are we doing on you? Which thing do I have to hover over? Okay, Apari should be done within the next couple of months. Once that's done, the rate at which that will go is going to skyrocket. And Temasek is going to lose population even faster, unfortunately. Temasek is losing 11 pop per month. If we do this here... we don't have anything here that's super interesting to me. So I think we do this. And the goal is just to get it to 50%. Reduce opinion is pretty easy. I don't even know where Politana is. It pisses off the Brahmins a little bit. Don't care. Contain meritocracy and support traditional ideas. No need. And we do religious teachings here. This gives us a max literacy boost. It's fairly huge. And there we go. So we've now gotten that literacy boost for the burghers, the peasants, all that jazz. That will improve a bunch of things. We have enough sailors that we can pick up. Well, we don't have enough sailors, but we have enough maximum sailors that we can pick up the next ship. Okay, how is our institution situation going? We have 1% of meritocracy. We don't have a bunch of markets and things being built right now, actually. So we do need... God, this is wild. Okay, so this is finished. So we're now going to be probably hemorrhaging people from Temasek. Temasek minus 41. Okay. We need to improve somebody's opinion of us. Maybe Champa? I'm never going to have the money that I need to go completely ham with our stuff here. So in 4 years, we can ally with Santavong again. And we have to spend some money. Do we pump our scriptorium a bit? Yes. We pump our scriptorium a bit. That's in the capital. Okay, we gained some prestige that we can't use for anything right now. We're waiting on 100k. At 100k, we need to have 25 prestige, which we're not going to we're not going to get it. Oh, speaking of prestige, we can add you as a tolerated culture. That'll be useful. The incompetence of the guy with over 90 in 2 skills and over 60 in the last. That's pretty rough. There's a decent chance he's probably old enough that he's going senile or something. 28? It's not a ton. Legitimacy we don't care about. We're filling that treasury. It's not a lot of money, but it's some. It's not a lot, but it's something. Okay, issue fails. We still have 11 to play with. And so the next parliament, we can keep pumping things. We now have enough sailors to get another ship, so we get another ship. Okay, we might be going to negative stability. So once we get this set up, we'll be in okay shape there. Our heir is underage. We have the bubonic plague. Temasek is shrinking rapidly. And when we run out of peasants in Temasek, we're going to be in for a rough time because we're not going to get access to the rest of Johor in this run. Most likely. It's possible that Monjung just annexes them again and then puts them on our own doorstep and then we just immediately vassalize them, as happened last time. But... Okay. Okay. 10 years? Okay, what is my current trade advantage? I would lose my... Wait, the Sambas doesn't have any trade capacity, though. Do I maybe ignore this? Do I? Sambas is here. They don't have... They have, like, nothing at all. We'll trade our market share for social stability. This really pisses off the merchants. And I'm very curious to see if that has an impact on our income. I suspect it won't, but I'm not positive. That might really hurt us, but I don't know. It looks like it doesn't. Okay, Apari is now cored. Can't afford to build a settlement here. I think I do need to build a settlement everywhere. It's like a 1% boost to population growth, which is just so nice. Like, I think that it, like, doubles my population growth to build a settlement. Okay. My literacy is only 5% right now. We're so far behind where we usually are. Because we're usually, like, building libraries and shit. But not this run. This run... Do we build... I think I do. I build a settlement here. And because I don't have very much population in any of these places. Okay. We're going through our second regent. We're going through our second regent in a fairly short period of time. Which is fine. Okay, so... This is excellent. Okay, minus 0.01 now. How are we doing? 17. We need 3 more years, I think, before we can offer an alliance to you. Every neighbor country game. We don't have a lot of neighbors. I think we appoint new diplomats. And then we now need to figure out what we can do that will make sense here. Do I have invite settlers as an option? I do not. I think I maybe curry favors here. We have 14 trust. I don't know what the favors will do for me. Only -3. For that. I don't want to send more people out to improve opinion, necessarily. Maybe I do. How's Majapahit? Have I improved opinion? I don't think so. -4 for market access preference. -16. Brunei is probably going to be annexing them. They're also following the same branch of Hinduism as I am. Beroas. I don't know what I can do. I guess I should probably just improve relations with somebody. Maybe Palembang. Okay, so now we are getting 0.05. We can't offer any more improved relations until some of these finish. Which is going to take a long time. Currying favors, I guess, works. How old are you, kid? You are shrewd, which is good. No education selected. What? Didn't it default to balanced education before? Well, shit. How old are you? You're 5? Oh god, how long were we sitting on like no education? Okay, we got this. Oh, that's funny. When you're putting them into the islands, you oh my god, look at that spread. Okay. Hey, we're moving quickly. We're moving along. Okay, Daik is going to need to continue to improve the fishing villages. And I think, do I want to keep building market villages here? How are we doing on pop? Our population here seems to have stabilized. I think we probably should upgrade our marketplace to. I think that's the play. We upgrade our marketplace here, then we upgrade our marketplace here, and maybe we focus on that before. Hard to say. Okay. Our extremely elderly guru is dead. Put this person in charge of their slot. So, Anambas Islands, we will build. You know, we should probably build a fishing village here to give us some local maritime presence. Both losing 5, I think, is the play here. So all of our things are unhappy with us now. Look at us. Except the peasants. The peasants are happy with us. They're fine. Okay. Do we do that? No. Let's build a marketplace. How much money do you have? You have like no money. The priests and the nobles have money. But cash is hard to come by. God damn it. They're literally outside of a diplomatic range. It's so funny. Who is it? Wait, but who is it though? Wait. Hey, Ryukyu is formed. Interesting. Kingdom of Ryukyu. Oh, you're the... Okay, so you are who I'm thinking of. Rude. That's incredibly rude. Ooh, nice. Okay, marketplace has been built. I didn't build that marketplace. Maybe I do just keep building. In other places. Is that what I want to do? Because I feel like the estates will build up my capital. Like, as the burghers get money, they will spend on the capital. Okay, next month we build another galley. What is this? That's so rough, though. not our business. Okay, so we're slowly starting to get our finances in order. We have a level 2 mason here. I think that the economy is incredibly complicated in a very interesting way. I'm very curious to see, like, one thing that I really like is the supply and demand aspect of the economy for this. The supply and demand element of the economy is very cool. So I'm looking forward to seeing if they expand that to anti-piracy agreement. Okay, we finished Babuyan as well. Nice. So that whole area is, I think, I feel like we need to have a colonial charter running at all times. I think we maybe create a colonial charter here, because that'll give us the adjacency bonus. Actually, no, let's do Upper Cagayan. This is the place to do the next set. We have adjacency already. Actually, do I just send them out now? No, that's crazy. It's a terrible usage of my money right now. I need to be increasing my economic base. Okay, so we are going to build up the fishing village some more, maybe. Do I want to do that, or do I want to make a higher tier mason first? I think I maybe upgrade their masonry first. But maybe not. I don't think I built this. You know what? No, we're not going to worry about it. We're just going to spend the money on the things that we will make that will not necessarily get made by anybody else. This is almost stabilized. This is almost stabilized. In 6 months, we'll have enough sailors to get the next thing, but we won't have enough sailor income to maintain it, so we're not going to make another one. We'll basically make another one once we have the fishing villages set up. I actually do think maybe we build a fishing village out here just to get this control moving the other way. It's hard to say. So control here is at minus 0.01, and it's minus 0.01 here. So this should bring us back the other direction. And it's now positive. It's positive by less than 0.01, but it's positive. So that'll eventually start increasing. I actually have an additional sailor. That's interesting. My Navy maintenance is only 2 sailors. Okay, well, never mind. I thought that I didn't have enough, but I do. So let's build another galleon. Never mind, we can't do it yet. We have to wait a month, but yes. So we're going to just build the shit out of all these galleys. Let's see. minus 28 now. Current strength is at 22, which is kind of crazy actually. Did something happen? Because I feel like the current strength hasn't really moved in my direction, despite having built several military vessels at this point. I don't know why. But we're building our naval infrastructure up. We're probably at least somewhat less appealing to Khmer at the moment as well. And you are absolute garbage, so we're not going to bother filling that seat. But yeah, at the moment, we have the potential to get one sailor per fishing village here. But this is then modified by our control level. So once we've got these fishing villages built up enough, the hope is that we can get enough control propagated through our stuff. We can get market access preference to somebody. So Sangao is getting market access preference. I would love for you to become our vassal, but minus 32 now. Current strength keeps going down. Huh. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. Okay, once we finish this building, we build another fishing village, I think. And we do need to get our population going up here again, actually. We have the ability to build, how many of these? 6. So we're gonna move you to here. And by you, I mean nobody, but that's fine. Don't worry about it. Cabin efficiency is quite high right now. And we're increasing control in Real. I'm going to see how much we can get doing this. Xinjiang has low food supply. That's not optimal. Alright, we'll side with the Vicia, because we have to side with somebody. And they were already negative, so... balance out the opinions of everybody involved. We're gonna have to wait until we have enough sailors again, and that's fine. We'll need power projection. Did anyone survive? Okay, so apparently very few people died, because 0k people died. That's good, at least. Yuan nobles. Oh my god, look at that. That is a massive rebellion going on. Second Navy lacks commander. Oh, have I not built a... Can I not build a settlement here? Why is settlement not on the list? Oh, actually, we can actually make use of this. So if we go to society, we can add you as a tolerated culture, and then we just appease the troublemakers. We don't actually lose any prestige because we don't have any prestige to lose. And you can't go negative unlike in the previous game. Oh man, the drilling. Why is it always the drilling? Why? Why is that drilling? So sad. Okay. So, but yeah, it looks like this patch is fine. This patch is probably fine. Not a huge deal. We're currently researching something that gives us production efficiency. My assumption is that eventually things are going to stabilize. But today's patch, my economy is hard to start up. You can definitely feel the lack of demand for goods. Part of the reason that things are slower to start up is I did change the way that I did the opener a bit. As an example, I did send a colonist early. I haven't built up a huge trade empire here. And I don't know if that's actually benefiting me or making things worse. If I'm being honest, I think that most likely it's to my benefit that I have not heavily invested in these places that I start out having control over, but then lose that control over the course of the game. If I had to guess, I would say that that's probably the case. We are getting control here, which is nice, because this location is necessary to propagate control elsewhere. So having the Navy be the source of our control is very nice for me. So Daik is almost finished with that. Market Village is next on the list. And I think we are going to build a thing here next. No, next is going to be continuing to pump Daik. So one of the questions that I had previously was how much do I want to invest in these rural locations in terms of building up the infrastructure there. Let's see. Promote Castle Works gives us 33%. And we can invite settlers right now. Give me a second. Can I invite them from someone who I don't have things with? Yes, I can. So we're going to have you send people to Johor. That'll be amazing for me. Next. We're not quite high enough right now. Decentralization is where we're going right now anyway. I think we click this button. We ask for a law change. So we are currently favoring the ruler. We have limited censorship. We have religious teachings. Peasant levies, protect trade routes. Aristocratic court is giving us monthly progress toward aristocracy, which we don't really want. This gives us cultural influence. We're making it court of culture. This will give us monthly progress toward innovative, and it will help us to when we're trying to get nice. We're in the appropriate year. How much do we have? If we do this, how much do we go over? We go over by a little bit. Minus 29 is way too much to be able to actually make this happen. shit. 300. Okay. This gives us 25% in this parliament. Let me take a look. Do I have... I think I refuse this. I want to save that parliament seat for later. That parliament seat is not for now. That parliament seat is for later. So royal court gives us crown power and efficiency. We should definitely take this. Do we save for that right now? Hard to say. I do think that maybe we do the colonial charter now. Yes, we made the correct decision in not advancing that too much. Do I actually? Now that I think about it, I could just create a tributary out of them, or not a tributary, a fiefdom out of them. I'm not planning on expanding further north yet. Landak Independent Movement. I need to check there. Let's see. All right, let's build the next boat. We will build the next fishing village as well. And yes, so basically my goal is to get all of these rural areas maxed out in the rural buildings. I'm not going to upgrade them to urban. Just at all. They're not going to be urbanized. I'm going to have one... Ooh. Give me that treasury. We're going to have one per... province. So there's going to be a center for each province, and then everything else is going to be rural. And the goal is to get one city per province. The rest is rural, and we'll work from there. That's the intention here. We'll see how it plays. I suspect that that'll work pretty well. The Riau Islands, I think, were at 45% before, so we're getting this closer. Tanjung Pinang is lowering in control for some reason. How are we doing on this? We're at plus 0.02 now. There's currently nobody privateering this area yet. Operative word there being yet. Monthly literacy is great. And I probably need that. How close are we to our maximums? Probably not very, right? Let's look at literacy, if that's a thing. Literacy. So, my literacy rate is real bad, actually. What is the maximum literacy? Maximum is 10. So, yeah, let's do this. This will improve literacy rates throughout the entire population. Also, can I now build... Eastern Buddhism gives you a boost to literacy. That's interesting. Okay, you're doing your thing. Do we have the next one? We do. How about you? Okay, we build a fishing village here. We could also build forest villages, but there doesn't seem to be much point. Like, we just don't get a lot of value out of it. Gives us additional, like, population density that we don't really need. All right, so fishing village is getting built. That fishing village will give us a little bit more maritime control of this area, and also will give us additional sailors. It'll also give us a little bit of trade value. We have 8 Fingerlobber. And do I want to... Yes, I'm going to drop the market automation by 1 and max this out. And then max this out again. All right, how are we doing on things? Let's take a look at institutions. Champa hasn't had any institution spread that's meaningful yet. I guess that makes it. It's still very early. It's been less than 20 years. So the last time, I don't remember how long it was before I started working on meritocracy, but it was a little bit. Unfortunately, I wasn't streaming, so it's like no one knows. I didn't stream the early part of the run. But yeah, it does look like I might have gotten more lucky than I had imagined. What the fuck is going on in Santabong? Minus 32 from strength now? The hell happened? The hell happened? Okay. Sure. New bug unlocked. Kshatriya lose satisfaction. We move toward plutocracy. We gain prestige for this. Honestly, we don't need prestige right now, because we would need that if we had somebody that we could diplo-vassalize, but we can't even diplo-vassalize Santabong now. Santabong, for some reason, They're at war. Is that why? Who are they at war with? This is me. Santabong Silat War. So you're gonna plan on annexing Silat? Do you have military access? It's so rude. It's so rude. I do think that I'm going to turn this into a fiefdom once we finish spreading here. This is going to become a fiefdom, and then we're going to just add Upper Cagayan to it. Never mind. We're going to add this to it first. Do we need to do this now? I think we need to do this now. We need to do this now. We can't afford to wait. Because they're going to finish populating something. So we're moving at triple. We're moving at substantially faster. 7 times this pace. Yes. Not quite, but pretty close. We're going to try to eradicate the problems. That does bring us to 0 stability. Love that for us. And the goal right now is to stop this Ashikaga colony from going too crazy with it. It would be nice if the Ashikaga Sultanate collapsed, but probably not going to happen. I don't know why it says Khmer, because this is not Khmer. So Temasek is hemorrhaging people. As I try to populate 2 separate colonies at once, we're going to run out of people. It occurs to me. We need to encourage migration to Temasek. We don't really have much choice in this. The goal here is just to keep this situation from completely unraveling. And we'll need to pay for this. I probably should have... I definitely should have done the jank thing where I just plummet my economy before doing the thing, but it's fine. Okay, so somebody just declared me as a rival. 10% increased trade capacity is great for me. We have +2 sailors per month. I wonder what the strength thing... The current strength thing has to be because they just raised a bunch of levies or something. That's legitimately the only thing I can think of. Like maybe they got mercs? Jesus Christ. We just cannot keep a leader. Holy crap. We ran out of nobles. We've got an interregnum now. It's fine. It's fine. We still have an heir, at least. You know? Our kid is growing up slowly. Why did we break off our alliance with Monjong? What happened? We can invite settlers again. Very important that we keep that going. We're gonna be fine, right? God, the population of Temasek has shrunk to 19,000. We started the game with like 30,000 people here. We've lost 11,000 people in total here. Lost meaning that we've sent them out to the colonies, but still. Oh, actually, we can. I just realized that we can create a subject, so let's do that. Actually, wait, can we create a subject? Probably. I maybe wait until I'm not with a regent anymore. Okay, so Daik, we have no money coming in. Oh man. We could ask to become someone's vassal. Okay, who's the closest? Sungao is now the closest to becoming a vassal at -60. Santabong. This is gonna swing at some point, I assume, when this war ends. And it'll be interesting to see by how much. They have... Yeah, they have no ability to reach, I don't think. It's gotta be the fleet. It's gotta be the fleet. Ooh, we can offer market access preference to Landak. Record something else. Okay, we're getting close. We have one more province to finish here. Once that province is finished, we can go back to not having a crazy amount of thinger. It looks like Ashikaga has abandoned their colonial enterprise here. That's great for us. We'll need one here eventually. The hope is that we can wait until we finish the thing. But we'll see. For an alliance. We have like no alliances for some reason. I'm not sure why it keeps saying that I broke an alliance when I don't have an event or anything that feels like it should be breaking the alliances. So Sungao is a no because of distance for the most part. Santubong has this... I don't know if they have mercs or what, but they have something going on that's massively boosting their current strength relative to me. Fuck it, we ship. We building more ships. So this is continuing to rise for now, but we haven't reached the point where the privateers start coming into play again. Once the privateers start coming into play, all bets are off. I don't know how well. Are you kidding me? We've had 4 regents. So, let me think about this. It's been almost exactly 20 years. It's been like 21 years. We have been through 6 rulers in 20 years. I'll be right back. We back. We back. Okay, we're building another galley. Everything's fine. Our economy's fine. There's no problem anywhere at all. Let's take a look at demand for goods. I'm very curious about this. So, the Yuan nobles are doing their best. They're having a good time. If I go to, how do I look at like population demands? You'd think it would be an economy thing. But yeah, I think that population satisfaction is where we get this. Maybe not. Can I only look at this within my own borders, maybe? Population satisfaction is so much higher everywhere else. Why is the population satisfaction so low here? Lacking lacquerware. 25%. Jesus. There's only 2 of those. Okay. 62. Interesting. How do I tell what their demands are? Like, how do I look at population needs? Like, that doesn't get me to what I want. What I want is to see what the actual population needs are. How do I see that? I feel like I saw that just now. I feel like I saw that just now, but I don't see it now. Okay. Well, that's fine. So we're almost done with this. Once we finish that, Temasek will stop shrinking at double speed and start shrinking at normal speed. Hey, we have 19 migrating in. Decided to try their luck as mercenary 0. So that does indicate to me that somebody has mercenaries, and it's probably them. That's probably them doing the mercenary stuff. So we basically need to wait out the war that they've declared. And God, I am not doing great. My finances are not in a good position right now. We're losing money. We can bring that around. Almost certainly. Looks like it's positive right now. We'll see. We'll see if it stays positive. Nope. Okay, it lied to us and said that we had a positive value when we had a substantially negative value. What else do we need to do then? We need to get our economy moving the correct direction literally today. Otherwise, we're going to run into a problem. So, what does that mean? Cost of court. I could just drop the cost of court by a huge amount. If I do this, I can at least get a little bit of time where the finances are going in the correct direction. And then we can probably reduce Diplo spending as well, but I think that I need the Diplo spending where it is, or I start losing Diplo capacity, which I need. So I think that we're just waiting on... Yes. Yes. We so have to accept this. It's so important that we accept this. This you know, oh darn. Oh darn. Oh darn! I guess we have to accept the rural population all mass migrating to Temasek. what are we gonna do? Just have no choice. I'm so sad. Oh no, but okay, we're cooking. We're cooking. Ayutthaya, we should probably improve our relations with. We are going to be a lot weaker than usual, so we cannot necessarily rely on being able to finance things the way we would necessarily want. Our legitimacy is crippling. Max literacy for birds. Let's get this to neutral again. We can basically get that back up again once we have finished the first of those colonies. This colony is actually very expensive, so that explains a lot. We're tripling our colonial maintenance right now. Okay, so once we get our actual ruler in charge, because I don't think the fact that I'm in a regency is going to matter for creating a fiefdom, but I'm just not going to take the risk. I'm not going to worry about it. Let's see. We will very slowly start moving that back the right direction. We've cored that province. Their opinion is not very high. Why is your opinion so low? Wait, did Santabong just have like a massive turnaround? Wasn't Santabong... Is this because you declared war on a Hindu country or something? No? What the fuck is going on with this country? What happened to the leadership of this country? What is happening? Very confusing. I don't want to offer them an alliance because I don't want to be pulled into their war. I don't think we're going to be able to do... what we'd like to do... Right, we can improve opinion with somebody. Let's go with Sunda. Okay, we're the only... Ashikaga is just building things and then dismissing them immediately. Skin off my back if they just want to waste hundreds of ducats on that. Go for it. Okay. So, next on our agenda is, I think, we are increasing our naval presence here, which is good. Let's get another boat out. Just keep building them. Unfortunately, I think that we're not going to be able to get a vassal this time. typically we would get Santobong, and then once we have Santobong as a vassal, we can vassalize from there. But I don't know that we have anybody that we can vassalize now. We're stronger than you. Can we... we can hypothetically ask you to become a vassal. So, if I do this, negative opinion is giving me... So it's like 120. Different religion and different primary culture is getting minus 30. So, that feels unlikely. But we could certainly try. Let's go ahead and just improve opinion here and see if we can get them moving the way that we want them. Because I just don't know. Unfortunately, if I form a fiefdom here, I won't get the adjacency bonus, which is a problem. So... Lalo is devastated. Wind damage, storm surge, okay. Okay, we're gonna fill out the treasury. And what do we build now? We have to build something that'll make us money. Let's build another jeweler. Okay, hopefully the jeweler makes us a decent bit of cash, because we are really struggling on cash. We are struggling. Our air is not great. The expensive education costs a huge amount by default and then increases the cost of court by 2%. So that's going to be pretty rough to be able to afford. We improved relations with Palembang. So why did we break this alliance? I don't know how this alliance got broken. I just realized that we could offer military access and stuff like that. Oh, are you no longer at war? You're no longer at war. Okay, you lost your war against Silat. How are you in terms of... Current strength went back to +8. But +8 is a lot lower than it was before. This is actually a rough opening. If we're going full pacifist like this, we're really going to struggle to get control of this stuff. Like, getting this to be a consistent opening is not easy. It's not an easy thing to do. Okay, it says I can invite settlers, but it's lying. I can't invite settlers. Okay, we have this. Increased ties to neighbors gives 30%. We take this. And our goal here, we gain opinion. We gain opinion. This gives us 7. This gives us enough. Nope. It doesn't give us enough, actually. Break alliance with who? Blankasuka. I'm not going to click that button. We're going to see if we can get away with not clicking that button. And if I had just clicked that button, well, I guess it doesn't matter. It's 20%. So I'm gonna wait and see if another event pops. If another event doesn't pop, is it worth it to just click that button? We lose. We're not vassalizing them anytime soon. Current strength is minus 16. Huh. Nobody wants to work anymore. Okay. +1 here. If we can get 6% parliament support before we have to click this button, that would be great. Love that for us. We can't actually do anything here because they're outside our diplomatic range, so we can't actually do anything. We just have to take it. I did not. I need to send a message out to people, actually. Let's see here. Invite settlers. Something just finished here. Okay, we can build another ship. How much of my money is going to these ships right now? 1. It's not a bad deal. Everything's fine, don't worry about it. Okay. So we do need to click this button, I think, because I do want to get some more laws changed. I think. Let's take a look at our laws. Government laws. Censorship is at limited. We can get that to no censorship. Doing this. That gets us cultural influence, which we want, as well as innovative and humanist. So yes, let's do that. Yeah, okay, we're gonna do that, which means that we do need to click this button. We ask for a law change, and we go to no censorship. This increases tolerance of heathen beliefs as well, which is convenient for our purposes. And we get the increase to the max literacy for the clergy. We can now invite settlers from Kedah for some reason. Why now? No idea. Okay. So we do need to get our stability up above water. -61. That current strength. Wild. Yeah, I don't know what's resulted in that. Because as far as I can tell, they don't seem any stronger than they were before. Most likely they built, like, their economy doesn't look like it's gone anywhere either, really. So, yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. I do not know. Do we pump the marketplace up? Yes. We could also build a library. Local cultural influence would be nice. But we're just so poor. We're just so poor. Yeah, I don't know how we're going to get to where we want to be. Looks like things are going slowly. But we do have a few things that we have confirmation on. So right now, we can get our maritime presence going the correct direction in the early game if we just get enough ships. Our economy right now is garbage, so we're struggling to get as many ships as we want. The other thing that we've learned is building this first thing here, getting that first thinger isn't that hard. So, like, it doesn't take that long with our starting situation. You are not able to be targeted with this. -36? They're currently at war. It does kind of look like once one of these nations goes to war, there's sort of like a transition in the way that their economy works that is permanently locking me behind them. Or behind where I need to be for getting to full vassalization. I can't vassalize these two. Let me take a look at the religion map. This is all Hindu. You're Hindu. So, Butuan is not vassalable. You're not vassalable. Different primary culture, current strength -6. I'm basically trying to figure out if there's a better option for an early game vassal than Santubong. I just don't know that there is, which is kind of crazy. I'll need to figure out something if I'm going to be able to make the opening more consistent. There's the possibility, because I think that having a royal marriage helps with that. There's a world. There's a world where what I want is actually just to reload until, or not reload, but restart the game until I have the ability to at least get a royal marriage at the start, which probably wouldn't take very long. But the issue, just having a royal marriage with somebody would give me potentially access to them as a vassal, but more importantly, it gives me a bunch of children early that I can then basically, if I can have some daughters in the beginning, I can actually start getting like royal marriages going, because basically every single character in this region at the start is this gives us Diplo rep, which at the moment we don't need because there's nobody that we're going to be trying to vassalize. So we appease the estates. That gives us some additional tax revenue. And how are you doing? We're currently sitting at 0. If we pump this, click this button. Kandong is 90%. So they're going to get Kandong, it looks like. Because we're not even going for Kandong right now. Pong is offering us an alliance. I'll accept an alliance from Pahang. We can offer market access preference. That gives them a permanent plus 30. Pahang is now maxed. And we cannot offer them vassalage. Presumably because they are a higher rank than us. So we need to wait until our population hits 100,000. And our population is hitting 100,000 later because we don't have a settlement everywhere. And we've been encouraging migration to here instead of places where we can actually increase our population easily. But yeah, I'd love to know how easy or hard a time we would have trying to vassalize Pahang. Malacca is being built into a town, which is very funny because we get Malacca for free at some point. All right, how are we on institutions? The really funny thing is that, like, from an institutions perspective, I'm going to really struggle against institutions just because I don't have the money to justify, like, crippling my trade that much. So we've got an alliance with them. Hey, a library's being built. I love that for me. Okay, you are behind on pop again. Let's just do this. And Philosopher's Stone. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and just not do this because we can't afford it. 500. That was pretty expensive. I wonder if there would be the possibility of basically ever affording that. I'm curious, like, how much the cost of that scales to. Current strength is at +3 right now. Yep, Ashikaga has finished this, and now Ashikaga can finish everything pretty fast. So Samtoy is going to get finished by us. They're doing Tagadan. Alright, we now have a ruler. Can we get married? We still can't get married. There are no adult women nearby. Oh, God. That's rough. That's pretty rough. Okay, improved relations +10%. That's fine or whatever. So this is finishing. I am very curious. What am I made of money? Okay. This is so funny. Okay, we can't get a royal marriage. There's still no women around. And it says 1 here, but I don't think that's true. I think it's actually 0. I can try improving So why do you now require things, but you don't always? This is so bizarre to me. Okay, let's take a look at proposed royal marriage. No, no, it's lying to me. It says there's two people I could propose royal marriage to, but there aren't. Let's see. So Sungao is minus 60, Beros is minus 83. And I think we're probably boned here. I think we're probably boned. Yeah, unfortunately, it's looking like if it's my expectation that this is probably closer to what you should expect economically. I think that the economics of what's going on right here are probably much more similar to what the eventual balance is going to end up looking like than it has been in the previous runs, which is a little concerning to me because I don't actually know how I'm going to be able to pull myself up by my bootstraps over here if I'm too far away to realistically get a vassal built up in the first 20 years. I think that it might just rely on, because I think that if you have a royal marriage with someone, I think it does improve your ability to get them as a vassal. Why is this a plus? Oh my god, I'm out of people, aren't I? I'm out of people. It's over. It's over. It's frickin' over. So Temasek now has 16,000 people in it. We are done with our colonial charters. They're not going to advance any further. We have no ability to marry anybody, so we can't get any marital unions going on. We have failed quite dramatically at all of our core goals. And life is sad. Oh, you know what we can do, though? Here's a thing we can do. So, we can create a subject. And in fact, we're going to create two. So, we will create a custom subject out of this. And we will create one out of Lower Kagayan. There we go. So we now have both of those as subjects. Do they give us any money or anything? Probably not, because they don't have any economy, but hey, it's fine. So, what are we getting from diplomatic? No income from diplomatic income. Let's see. Anything else that we need to do? Honestly, I don't know. I feel like we have another 25 minutes left. But I feel like we might have reached the limits of what we're going to do with this particular opening. The last time I did this opening, I was able to just barely sneak by a vassalization on Santabon with a much, like a dramatically superior economy. We were able to. We had like a royal marriage with Manjung, I think. And between that. How old are you? You're 1. So we're not marrying you. So I think that I think it really does, to a degree, come down to the lack of actual characters here. Leading to a fairly sizable dearth of like diplomatic options and just kind of like bad placement. So like the actual positioning of Singapore is such that it like the places that we would be potentially trying to get as subjects are mostly already subjects. Border distance is -17. Like, Aru is a maybe, but probably not, because they're a different religion, right? So, they're very close. Whereas for you... Oh, Manjung is also a different religion. Weren't you Hindu just now? They must have changed. Maybe? Unclear. Invite settlers. Proposed royal marriage has 3 now. And none of them are real. Can't propose a royal marriage with literally anybody. It's pretty rough. This is an issue that you run into in Crusader Kings as well. Crusader Kings is, if you, depending on where you start, at the beginning of the game, there's just no... And I think that it depends... I think that to a degree it's a problem that you run into everywhere. But depending on where you are, it can be better or worse. But for whatever reason, like a lot of areas just don't have any women in them at the start. And so you just... like, it feels to me... Like, if you look at our start, like, if we look at our dynasty, which is the thing we can look at. If we look at this dynasty, like, we start out with, like, this guy, and then we have this guy, and then we have this guy. And there are women, but they're all the spouses of somebody else, right? So like if we look at you have 3 children. I'm so jealous. If we look at your dynasty, like I'm so incredibly jealous. 136 years ago. So this has a dynasty that's like established quite a while. Queen of Majapahit until 1360. So she starts out in play. She has 1 kid. She has 1 sister. Because I think that, yeah, we started out in 1337. So she starts out the game as queen. She is in the game at the start, but she's presumably married. She has two children. Who's your father? Who's lowborn? So what's going on with that? Monthly prestige and diplomats. Taking the crown power. Eastern Buddhist zealots are cropping up somewhere. Oh, loyalty of subjects is nice. Wouldn't it be exciting if we had any subjects? Proposed royal marriage. We have 4 of them. Oh, wait, we can actually marry somebody. Wait, is this who I think it is? Are you fucking kidding me? Is this who I'm thinking of? No. It's gotta be something. Who are you? Okay, so okay. We got a marriage with you. Okay, that's very funny. The people that we couldn't get the thing with. Unfortunately, we cannot offer a thing to them. We can't offer vassalage to them because they're already somebody else's vassal. Let's see. Are you at war with somebody? Ooh, I do love that for me. Okay. So we're much stronger than them. They're at war with Tidong. Not my business. Okay. This is maxed. I guess we just work on this. Okay. And also, I didn't subsidize this building, so it hasn't been in use. So we now have 10 income. If we can get 70 gold, we can make this. And potentially substantially less if we zero out our income for a month. But we won't do that until we have the 70. Let's go ahead and build another ship. Or not. We don't have 30. We don't have 30 sailors. But yeah, we're starting to make money again, which is nice. Out of nowhere, kinda. How's our power projection looking? Are you already a vassal of somebody now? What's happening? Why can't I? No, because we don't have 150. Gotcha. So cultural influence and current strength are both going up, which is nice. But we don't have it. We don't have anywhere near. And the number of subjects with limited diplomacy is gonna fuck. There's no way I can get through that. Now that I've actually created these subjects, they're like no shot. I think I'm going to build a market village in each of these provinces. and then I can let them build the rest for themselves. I think. I think that's how we roll today. Let's see. We've got 15 minutes. Sungo have broken off their alliance with us, which is fine, I guess. Okay, I guess I'm fighting against Aru. Conveniently, I just have to sit here with my fleet. Sitting here with my fleet is plenty as far as I'm concerned. So we're getting a nice little war here. Man, doing one of these games without declaring wars is really rough. It is not easy to do. So, what is the population of Temasek right now? It is even lower? Yeah. Oh, man. If we don't get control of the territory in Pahang, we're going to struggle with that. But this is only because of the fact that we have that bug. So this is like actually an issue that will be fixed once that bug is fixed. I was hopeful that we could make it work anyway, but I think what we're probably going to do is, if there's another patch tomorrow, or there might already be a patch. Let me check this quick. Now that I think about it, there could be a patch that's released since I started. There probably isn't. I don't remember what time it is in like when I start. I don't know what time it is. It's probably the middle of the night when I start. Would be my guess. So yeah, there is not a 1.0.7 as far as I can tell. So we're fine. So we're basically so this patch, we are running into the issue where we're not able to draw the population from the correct locations, which means that we depopulate our capital, which is bad in a variety of ways. There's a lot of problems with depopulating your capital, it turns out. So that might be part of where the strength reduction is coming from as well, is that I'm taking people from the province that has 100% control and moving them to provinces that have no control, which means that I'm basically reducing the size of my levies the entire time. So we'll see. But basically, I believe that we're going to basically just be waiting on the next patch, and every point patch that comes out, so we're at 1.0.6 right now. Next patch will be 1.0.7. We'll play on that day, and we'll see if it's fixed enough stuff that we can actually get a run started properly. And if it hasn't, we'll probably only play for like an hour or two, if we don't feel like it's really changed that much. And then we will go to Run and Bun after that. I wanted to check it out. Today I wanted to check things out because I wanted to see how it affects the economy. The economy does seem like it's substantially weaker than it was before, which is kind of funny because that isn't a 1.0.6 change. That's a 1.0.5 change. So 1.0.5 hit the economy with a hammer. We will grant this because who cares? And that allows us to ask for a law change. And we can now do. We already have court of culture, which I love. No censorship, I love. Local courts, autonomous things, don't need it. No censorship is the correct thing. Martial society we want for now. Favor the ruler is what we want. This is what we want. We want this as well. Peasant levies is... The peasant levies are currently completely useless, I think. Protect trade routes. Trade range and burger state satisfaction equilibrium. Honestly, Navy audits might be really good. This gives progression toward naval. Burger controlled mining operations might be really useful. This gives satisfaction equilibrium for the burgers, which I guess isn't that important at the moment. We have Court of Culture already. So maybe we actually don't need to change any of our laws. I think we do this because we want to disempower the nobility as much as possible. And so we get that done. And that will give us progress toward plutocracy. And we can stop doing this. Societal change would be nice. Monthly prosperity boost is very good. Humanist is very good. And innovative is very good. Let's look. I think that what I maybe want to do at the start is push toward innovative as hard as possible. Because if I push toward innovative as hard as possible at the beginning, but the other thing that's nice. The other thing that's interesting is that we do still have 27% crown authority. I don't know how much of the lack of crown authority was tied to giving stuff to all these groups. Like giving a state privileges. Oh, we didn't give you this. I missed the Sudra entirely. The Sudra are important. We missed the Sudra somehow when we were looking at the things. I knew that there had to be something I was missing here. So peasants allowed weapons. Yes. Let's see. And hunting permits would be convenient, but no. So we just needed those two. Now, how much of a difference does that make in terms of my power? Nothing. So that just gives me an additional progress toward free subjects. It gives rural migration attraction, which is very nice. And we get like plus 20. No, this is a different thing. Where is it? This is pretty huge. Okay, so this is probably part... Revoking this privilege would cost like nothing. Noble's power minus 5%. I do like. So revoking privileges is pretty expensive. If I go to my values, this gives me up to 50% increased crown power. I feel like I would need to centralize at some point, but we don't need to centralize now. The burghers are not currently very powerful. Is there anything I can take away from them? I can't take anything from them because they're too powerful right now. Why is this the base cost? So it's 400 times the estate power. And then it is reduced by other factors from there. Gotcha. So like if I wanted to take something from you, it would be 58. Okay. Traditional economy is interesting. Capital economy. Gives us increased production efficiency, reduced building costs. I'm actually happy to have traditional economy. I don't think that we need to switch to a capital economy. Individualism is interesting, but not particularly interesting to me. This reduces pop migration speed. So communalism, I was thinking that I needed to balance these two. I really don't. Pop migration speed isn't something that I need to have a ton of later on. So increasing my communalism value is something that I'm actually quite happy to do. We can just max this out. Like maxing communalism, maxing like the economy thing. Maritime presence plus 30%. This is actually amazing. So we don't need land. Proximity cost through land. Trade range used over land. Don't need to worry about it. Plutocracy. We want to be eventually transitioning over to plutocracy. So let's take a look. We're going to go to the menu, and we're going to take a look at what an opening might look like. I should have done this a little earlier, but that's fine. We're going to start a new game because I didn't optimize just now. I think that we're looking to get specific things passed, and there's like an order to it in terms of importance. So I think that the peasants are probably the most important things right at the start. Peasants are going to massively increase the price of weapons, I would assume. Because if peasants can use weapons, all of a sudden that's a market for weaponry that didn't exist before, and it's a huge market, right? So we have that. Then we have, and it also improves your levies or whatever, right? But that's solid. And then I also need to get movement toward plutocracy. and basically minimize the amount of aristocracy that we're accumulating so that we drop that power that we're accumulating with the nobles. And the more I can disempower the nobles, the more easily I can get rid of all those damn thingamahoodzits. So we will activate this with Sure. We're playing as Singapura. Click yes. All that jazz. Let's take a look on this file. Do we have the ability to immediately... The answer is no. No countries to do a marriage with. All right. We have 5 legitimacy to hand out. There are 5 things we can hand out before we start running into a problem there. We don't need individualism, so we don't need to worry about that. Progress toward capital economy, we don't really need. This does give us trade capacity, though. Actually, do we need a capital economy? All right, centralization versus decentralization. We would prefer to have centralization. But having one of the two is the preference. We need to have one of them. So currently, and whichever one we have, we kind of just want to max. At the moment, we have... It's moving toward decentralization because of the average control, as well as embellish great works of faith. Let me take a look at the power of the estates. You're at 32% right now. If I'm going to get rid of an estate privilege from you, it would have to be early, and it's not going to happen. It's absolutely not going to happen. Because it's even right now, it costs 53. It's just way too expensive. So even at 14%, even with a fairly tiny amount of power, it's realistically. Let me take a look. Are we going a little bit late today? Yes, we're going a bit late today. E5, revoking privileges. See, I'd have to think about how we're going to handle this. So, first reform, it's honestly tempting to take the first reform as autocracy instead, which gives us 10% crown power, but it does move us toward aristocracy, which is not optimal. This moves us toward conciliatory, which gives us cabinet efficiency and diplo rep passively, and I do really like having passive benefits like that. With that being said, maybe we are better off taking autocracy. Let's just assume that this is what we would be doing. This gives us additional crown control. The higher our political power is, how do we get population control within the? Is this like this is the total population? Gotcha. So then we have 19% from our admin ability. Autocracy is currently giving us 1%. The more power of the crown we have, the lower the cost is. In addition, the more power we have, the less power they have. Royal marriage rights gives them some extra power, but doesn't give them anything else. This is crazy. 100% on its own. So if I were to revoke this immediately, they'd lose 40% satisfaction. What happens when you're at this low of a thing? State says rebellious estates. Okay. I wonder if it's worth it. I wonder if you can get a stability boost from doing a civil war. So by removing that, we've removed a modifier of plus 100%, which is cutting their total value by a decent bit, but not as crazy as you'd think. What if we then did the same thing to you? Do you have something that's absolutely giving you something that I do not want you to have? Conversion speed, progress toward communal. I like progress toward communalism. I don't care about this. Efficiency of cabinet. I like that. Religious diplomats, I like that for now. Tolerance to the true faith and progress towards centralization, which I like. I like centralization. So the Brahmins right now, I don't need to remove anything from at game start. They're fine. The Vaisya, do we have to give you anything? This gives us progress toward innovative, which I do like. It also gives us monthly inflation reduction, but it's a minus 10% of the tax for the burgher estate is obscene. Progress toward innovative and capital at the cost of 50% power for you is a no. Monthly treasury rights is fairly cheap. And I think we do this. We do the treasury rights. This increases their power by 25%. But I think that's potentially worth it. We need to get protected tribal faiths. You don't actually have any power, so we don't need to worry about it. Sudra, we need autonomous villages. And we need common militias. Do we need anything else? Because we have one more that we could give. Commoners allowed in cabinet. Yes. Progress toward decentralization. I don't want decentralization. We don't need hunting permits. We're fine. Okay, so with that being the case, that gets us. We're definitely not moving this. So we don't need to add a new estate privilege to you. You are at 0% loyalty or whatever. We now go toward this. Don't worry about it. What other things do we need? So we have 2 cabinet seats. One of them is going to be encouraging migration, critically important. The other is going to be doing province control in the Riau Islands, because that's the only way that we're going to be able to keep control up during the early game. So those are the things that we need to do there. So that's done. We don't need anything with you yet. We immediately, before we do anything else with our money, we immediately build a jeweler's guild. And we're probably going to want to spend a lot of money doing that over and over again. We create a colonial charter on day 1 from the Riau Islands, because we have the ability to improve, like, we're going to be getting more people coming into the Riau Islands. Again, currently it's bugged, so that doesn't matter, but that's the intent. So we start colonizing day 1. We are presumably going to get a royal marriage on day 1 if it's possible. And we are going to be doing all of these things and giving out those things. I am curious. We now have plus 0.58 for stability decay. And I'm curious if this might actually be worth it. Like, we can basically... Let's see what happens in the next month. I want to see what happens with this massive swing. And this is a galley, so we can actually put a person in charge of it. Let's put you in charge. We do have income. The Kshatriya are rebellious. New Thakur. We immediately died. That's very funny. Unmarried Thakur cannot do anything. Blah, 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 etc., etc. And this is going to recover by 0.5 point per month. I could... Wait, we can invest heavily into stability if we want. If we invest 1 gold in stability, then it'll only take 10 years to get out of this hole. Is that worth it? Our crown power is at 27%. The Kshatriya have plummeted to 27%. And removing that plus 100 modifier might actually be worth it. Everybody's satisfaction equilibrium is abysmal right now, so we would almost certainly need to fight. We're going to have to fight Kshatriya insurgents here. And that's honestly fine. Maybe this is the route. This is probably the route. Okay. We are over time by a decent bit, but I think we have an option now. I think I know how I want to handle this. If we get the transport, that's great. If we don't get the transport, that's also great. Either one is beneficial to us in a different way. I think we start the game with a rebellion. We start the game provoking a rebellion from the nobles. We'll see if there's winning a civil war helps your stability. My guess is probably not, but it'll at least tick the nobles back up to neutral. And the benefit that we get off of that thing is like 5% discipline or something, which is kind of nice, but 100% not worth it. 100% not worth it. We need to start pulling these things, and I think that we actually are going to be sitting at negative stability for the early game. We basically get ourselves close to 0 again, and then we pull back another thing from the nobles. We're basically disempowering the nobility over the course of the early game, and doing so because the other thing is if I just pull shit from the nobles over and over and over again, I mean, I am going to be provoking rebellions from literally everybody, but that'll help me increase my crown power. In the past, my crown power has been going down dramatically, and the more crown power I can pull back, the less power the nobles have, the more I can tax them as well. The more I can tax them, the less they can build noble buildings that increase their power. So I think that that's going to work pretty well, actually. We're now starting to get to like, what are we going to be doing for the early game? Because it's like, how do you get rid of these privileges? The answer is unrest. You deal with it by getting a bunch of unrest, and hopefully taking away the primacy of the nobility at the very start of the game will save me trouble later on. But we'll see. That's going to be it for today. Thank you everyone for watching, and I hope to see you again tomorrow when, if there's a new patch, we'll be doing this.